I would like to start the proceedings straight away by inviting Professor Alfred Vella, Director of the University, to give us his welcome address. So, Professor Vella.
Good morning, and welcome to this auspicious event, which needs a few numbers to set the tone and the tune, if you like, of what this day will be about. Of course, it is a celebration of what the second mission of the university, if you accept that the first mission is that of teaching, which is how I see it. But the second mission is that of research, and we have never been as good as this last year, 24-25, for which I have some statistics that I must share with you. This is what this paper is supposed to do to me. Remind me of the numbers, because there are so many excellent numbers to mention, which must be mentioned. Unfortunately, when you have developments of any sort, it is those developments that architects do, with great respect to our pro-chancellor, because they build and you can see the buildings and you can, point to them. These are their numbers, how many people we have who are active in research, how many publications they have produced, the number of research associates and RSOs that are active, the postdocs. You may know that they exist now, because they didn't in the past, but you do not know how many of them there are. And when you hear these numbers, I hope you will be suitably impressed, as I am always, every time I kind of visit these statistics. For example, we have managed meaning, people have applied our RSSD and project support, have assisted our academics to try to win new projects. We had 438 externally funded research projects, 281 from local monies and 157 from international funding sources, which represents almost 70 million euro of research finances under management during that year. Is that the same as the previous year? No, it's an increase, 28% increase from the previous year. We had 193 new research projects awarded from external grants. Total, 193 total, 145 from local sources, 48 from international sources. These grants totaled 13.2 million coming from the local sources, another almost 4 million from the external. We have signed 31 collaboration agreements with industry and commercial entities. This is part also of the third mission of the university, which is that of outreach. Okay, we are touching our community in what they are doing by way of commerce or manufacture. This attracted 2.1 million euro and resulted in 11 patents being filed, new patents being filed. Internal funds from the university's own kitty, we gave out 1/3 of a million euro distributed among 278 academics. This is the famous research seed fund. I call it the Holy Communion type of support. Small, but sometimes it's what you need, to buy that new specialty chemical or to fix that pump that has conked out. Is this the same as the year before? No. It's a 4.7% increase from the year before. And then we gave 5 awards to bigger projects via the so-called Research Excellence Fund scheme, each being equal to 60,000 euro to be spent over a 2-year period. And as I said, 5 of these were allocated. During that year, we had 516 RSOs working, and 96 of those were at postdoctoral level. 96 postdocs. Amazing, because not so long ago, I'm looking here at Richard Muscat, my colleague as pro-rector for research before Simon, when this was one of our dreams, right, that we will have postdocs also involved in our research. Scopus and Web of Science tell us that 1,088 articles were published, 60% of which in open access. And of course, Scopus and Web of Science do not capture all of the publications, especially leaving out those in the humanities, unfortunately. During that year, 535 doctoral and professional doctorate students were registered on their studies, an increase again of about 9% from the previous year, plus another 575 students doing their masters by research, another increase of 8% from the previous year. And the crowning moment, perhaps, of all this year, 2026, we gave out 81 doctoral awards. I remember when I came into the rectorate, we had 31 doctoral awards, and we thought we were doing good at the time. But now, this year, we had 81. And it's again an increase of 5% over the previous year. 2 of these doctoral candidates will be honored later with the Outstanding Doctoral Thesis Award that we have introduced. And finally, worthy of mention, and I'm sure most of you know about this because this is involving so many of our academics, in order to stimulate research among the different sectors of the university, not siloed, the engineers on their own, the scientists on their own, medical experts on their own. We're saying, work together, please. Let's have multidisciplinary research collaborations. We had, of course, started doing this in 2023, but I'm happy to be able to tell you that by end of year last year, we had 4 of these so-called research clusters that are approved by both Senate and Council. I will remind you that these clusters benefit from 100,000 euro every year. And because we ask for a 5-year plan of how they are going to spend this money, what work they plan to do, they're looking at 500,000 over the period of the program. Well, by last year, when we held our Research Expo last year, there were 4 research clusters approved. Since then, we have another 5 so 9 in all. One by the Faculty of Arts, Discourse of the Environment and Climate Change. The other, led by Faculty of Education, Fostering Excellence in Schools of Tomorrow for All. The third, Faculty of Engineering, is leading, but as I said earlier, this is a collaborative effort, but the lead for this one is engineering, and it's titled Engineering Research and Innovation Cluster for Sustainable Development. Then Max, Media and Knowledge Science, are leading Intelligence and Security Research Cluster. And finally, Medicine and Surgery, with their Maltese Population Genomics Research Cluster. There are, as we speak, 3 other cluster proposals being reviewed and hopefully to be approved in the coming months. So we're on course, guys. We are on course. This is a university that is punching well above its height, weight, and especially financial prowess. I'm not sure that I can tell you, because I think there's still a moratorium on this rankings by QS, so I will not tell you that what the ranking is, because I can't, but it will be better than we had it last year. And last year was 740 something. So that's a global rank. Thank you. Keep at it.
Thank you for those encouraging words, Professor Vella. A few words from my end. I'm not going to be long. Like today is the culmination of many months of preparations for by our Expo organizing and scientific committees in putting together this event. It's quite a large-scale event and it involves a lot of work. As always, the fundamental purpose of the Expo is to shine a spotlight on the vast and varied research that takes place in our university, driven by our resident academics, our researchers, and also our doctoral candidates. The level of engagement for this year's Expo has been highly encouraging. We received a total of 236 abstracts, which were reviewed by a 6-person scientific committee. This process resulted in today's extensive program, which will feature 226 presentations in all. That's 10% more than last year. And they are distributed across 101 5-minute Expo presentations, 59 15-minute doctoral student presentations, and 66 poster presentations. Looking at today's program, which by the way is available on our website, you can see that we shall shortly begin with our first block of Expo presentations in this hall. We have an interesting lineup of 6 presenters chosen for the high quality of their abstracts that represent a diverse range of disciplines. Following that, we shall have the keynote address on PhD career paths and employability, delivered by Dr. Sally Hancock from the Department of Education at the University of York. This will be followed by the award of the outstanding doctoral thesis to the 2 students mentioned previously by the rector. And after that, we shall go into the parallel sessions linked with this. Like I said, all the details are available from the program on the website. I remind you that all the plenary sessions are being live streamed on our social media channels. And yes, as a novelty this year, we're going also to be organizing a post-Expo event tomorrow by the university's various research support offices, like RSSD, Research Grant Fund Management, and so on. And this is going to be held at the periodicals section of the main library. And it will focus on the support provided by our offices across the research project's life cycle, going from proposal stage right through the post-award management. So please register for that if you are interested. Before we kick off with the first set of plenary presentations, I must express my sincere gratitude to the rector for his continuous support of the university and the Expo over the years, the Minister of Education for approving the sponsorship of today's event, and once again, Professor Sally Hancock for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address. My thanks also go to the Research Support Services Directorate, the Marketing, Communications and Alumni Office, the Conferences and Events Unit, and the Doctoral School for providing the essential administrative backbone for this expo. I also thank all those who have agreed to chair the presentation sessions, the panel speakers, our logistics volunteers, and all the presenters who are sharing their research with us today. Last but most importantly, I'd like to convey my very special thanks to the members of the Organizing and Scientific Committee and our events coordinator, all of whom supported me meticulously in organizing this event. Your unwavering dedication that has made all this possible is really appreciated. The overwhelming interest in the Expo and the standard of today's presentations clearly attest to the strength and vibrancy of our university's research and innovation mission. Well done to all. I thank you all for your attention and hope that you will experience a productive and stimulating event. Thank you. Okay, with that, I now start off the first session of plenaries, and I would like to invite the first speaker, Professor Margaret Manjon, to approach the podium. Professor Manjon is from the Edward de Bono Institute for Creative Thinking and Innovation, and her presentation is titled Creative Leadership for Creative Schooling and Developmental Framework for Malta's Future-Facing Education.
Just a technical point. Where do I change the slide from? Okay. Thank you. Good morning. A mouthful of a title for 5 minutes, so bear with me if you don't mind. Rector, dear colleagues and member of the scientific committee and the organizing committee, good morning. My interest today behind this presentation comes from research or recent publications from the PISA, the OECD reports that was run in 2022, and the reports were published in late 2024. Essentially, my idea this morning is to shed a spotlight on how we see or how we perceive creativity in educational settings. Thank you. In educational, excuse me, I'm a bit anxious about this, sorry, this morning. No pressure for being the first presenter. Anyway, okay, so I'll start again. So my presentation today aims to put a spotlight on a present issue related to perceived creativity, particularly in educational settings. And what I would like to present this morning is findings from PISA related to how our heads of schools perceive creativity. So behind this, there will be a framework on the last slide, a bit of a mouthful again, but the idea is that we will harness creative leadership, which is primarily broadly defined as leading others through creative outcomes. This comes at a very important time of volatility and perhaps geopolitical and economic challenges, keeping in mind that educational setups are there to prepare our future citizens. So Houston, we have but we don't. We have an opportunity. Okay, this is the way I looked at it. So keeping in mind that we live in a VUCA world, which is categorized or primarily looked at as being volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, we have the World Economic Forum telling us that creative thinking and creativity is one of the top 5 skills that we need to harness for our future workforce. In view of this, PISA or the OECD in 2022, so the run right after COVID, included the special installment on creative thinking. And this was, I'm not sure, this is not, there was another presentation. May I? sorry. But essentially, what happened was that primarily they measured in terms of creative thinking, leaving alone maths, Maltese, and English, for instance. They assessed or spoke to heads of schools, teachers, and students. And what happened overall is that, no, this is the old one. Don't worry, I can keep going. What happened was that they asked heads of schools what they think that creativity is, what their belief about creativity is. And sadly, our local heads of schools scored way below the average, which is actually that's minus 0.351 up there. That implies that we do have a systemic problem. The systemic problem, from my perspective, when I looked at this secondary data, is not particularly related to the fact that our heads of schools do not believe in creativity. My understanding is that they do not know exactly what we mean by the term creativity, particularly because there's still this myth on thinking about creativity, about the art, relating it to the arts, music, drama, and whatnot, leaving out creative problem solving, much needed in today's workplace, as well as personal lives, and another plethora of findings. They asked heads of schools a number of questions, essentially 4, not many, to come up with such a score, okay? Essentially, do you believe in creativity? Do you think it can be trained? And although the cumulative score is minus 3.51 compared to our counterparts, most of our, so 59% of our heads of schools think that creativity is something that can be trained. So don't worry, I think I can work with what I have. So essentially we have a belief constraint problem, which I would like to address by proposing a leadership opportunity. So essentially leaders with low belief in creativity implicitly withdraw permission for risk-taking activity within schools. Why do they implicitly withdraw? Because if they don't have a common understanding of what the term implies, then permission to conduct particular... 2 minutes. Thank you. Because if they are the official gatekeepers of a school, they will not necessarily approve certain activities that would otherwise allow creative thinking. And here we have the possibility to reframe leadership belief as a developmental infrastructure. Also, conceptual ambiguity in terms of this interpretation of the term, which we can enhance by building a shared understanding, a shared language. And this does not involve reinventing the wheel, essentially. It's just educating our heads of schools. As I mentioned earlier, 59% of these heads of schools actually believe that creativity is something that can be trained. So there's this issue here. So this can be offset by the leverage on what was found also in PISA, that our teachers show low resistance to change. Therefore, there is openness for them to engage with such practices. Essentially, my last slide. My proposal is to have an epistemic reframing, ideally having a build shared conceptual clarity cascaded from the heads down. Leadership development, so there should be pre-engagement training in what creativity involves and how it can be fostered, and also CPD training. This would also lead to the creative school climate that we so much hope for, and therefore leading to this ecology of opportunity and seeking creative thinking opportunities. Finally, policy alignment, that is aligning the curriculum with these then new practices, would hopefully lead to this systematic change. Thank you.
Margaret, we have a little time for one question. So any questions from the audience? Yes. Please wait for the mics, because otherwise you won't be heard over the live stream.
Thank you, Charles Youssef. I will be the second speaker and my knees are already shaking. Thanks for your presentation, very clear and intriguing for me. What can you do really to make people understand what creativity is, especially heads of schools? Like, how can this be solved?
It's a very good question because it's a lot, but it takes little over a span of time. We need to educate, we need to tell them what it's all about. The sad issue or the sad reality is that not only in our university, but across many others internationally, we don't have specific training in creativity. So you cannot really expect them to understand what it's all about. So if we train, if we facilitate, and if we engage people to say, you don't really have to reinvent the wheel to do this. It's just reframing how you phrase certain concepts, for example, how you look at things. I mean, we live in a world where concepts related to creativity, primarily non-linearity, pluriperspectives, and this openness to experience new things are much needed, rather than, we can't keep doing what we did yesterday because it's not working any longer. So essentially, that would be it. It will just take time.
Thank you, Mark. So we move on to the next speaker, Professor Charles Youssef from the Institute for Sustainable Energy. And the title of his presentation is Decarbonizing the Tourism Industry Post-COVID-19 Support, Key Findings and Policy Improvements.
For this opportunity. I think I managed to solve the problem of the 5 minutes. A professor once went into a large group of students, and in his first lecture, he said, "Do you know what I'm going to talk to you about?" And they said, "No." He said, "It's better you don't get to know about it," and he left. The second week, the students started discussing between themselves, maybe for creativity here. And they said, "We will all say yes." So he asked them again, and they said yes. He said, "Then, therefore, you don't need me to tell you anything." And he left again. So the students started, next week they said half of us will say yes and half will say no. And that's what they did. He said, "Mela, those who know should teach those who don't know." And he left again. So I'm not going to do that, but I'm trying to involve you in 2 slides later on I will ask you what's the first word that caught your eyes, okay? What's this detox? It's decarbonizing the tourism sector post-COVID-19. And what's COVID-19? To me, today, living in 2026, it could be anything. It could be war. It could be climate change. It could be many other shocks, economic shocks, energy shocks. So really and truly, the detox has read the future, sort of. And together with me, there was Professor UMRE26. I don't know if she's here. Yeah, from the Department of Policy, Politics, and Governance. And this brings me to Professor Svella's collaboration idea. Many times we tend to collaborate with our engineers, Faculty of Engineering. This time we went to a different sector, and I think I had a very positive experience. Thanks also to my director for encouraging us to go beyond our engineering, silo. And well, as you can see here, I already explained to you why detox is important, not only for today, but also for tomorrow. COVID-19 has taught us a lot that tourism sector can no longer depend on government for subsidies and so on. They have to get up on their feet. Energy is one of the most important expenditures of tourism. When everything is working fine, you only need to sell few more burgers and get your energy bill paid. But when you have less tourists, less food, less services, then the energy bill becomes a big part of your expenditure, and you have to see what to do there. And that's why sustainability comes in, besides the fact that the EU is asking all member states that buildings must become zero carbon by 2050, which is not a joke. So what are the results? In the first week, in the first semester, we tried to find who are the stakeholders. 33. We thought we would get 9, 8. There are 33 stakeholders in Malta involved in tourism. In the second semester, we tried to identify what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for this sector in terms of sustainability. Then we went on to compare our situation with other partners. We have 8 partners from the EU. Later on, we identified good practices in Malta and we superseded the targets. Yes, there are sustainable tourism sector and people interested in that. In the next semester, we also went into further details into costings. Does it make sense to be sustainable? Yes, and we got the examples. Again, we superseded our targets. And in the last semester, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Tourism, we came up with some solutions for the most important challenges. And the next year, starting from March 2026, we are monitoring this situation. So if you look at this slide, these are the strengths. Is there any particular word that catches your eye? Where are we strong at? You only have 5 seconds, not 5 minutes. He's looking at me, the professor. 1 minute, Dija? Okay. I will jump straight away. Okay, the first one says solar energy. Yes, we are the first in Europe. We can produce 1 kilowatt hour per square meter of any surface. We can produce 365 kilowatt hours per square meter. We are the first in Europe. Okay, I will jump quickly to the weaknesses. We have a lot of weaknesses, but we have identified 6 priority. We have solved 2 of them. Incidentally, they were political weaknesses. One was a gap in data, which the MTA has really done a great job there. And the last one was what I will show you in a minute. We have also identified some opportunities, and there are great opportunities how the tourism sector can become better. And also there are threats, which I will not go into at the moment. So what can we change? There are 3 ways how you can change policy within Interreg Europe projects. Either make a financing scheme, either change how the policy instrument, the existing policy instrument works, or make a complete upheaval of the policy instrument, which is very hard to do within a very short period of time. So the solutions. The first solution from the MTA came because they had a TSI, a project that supports them to identify the indicators on sustainable tourism, and they did it brilliantly. They got help from abroad, they got stakeholders involved locally, and last year they started collecting these indicators. We are looking forward how these indicators will help shape sustainable policy in the future. And the second solution was to actually create what people are looking for. Operators, tourism operators do not have time to look around for information. We need a one-stop shop. So at the ministry's website, we have now the one-stop shop. We got all stakeholders involved, and together in one place, you can find all the schemes, all the training support schemes, all the financial support schemes, as well as what you can do with this money or with that training, how you can sustain your tourism entity to become more sustainable. And we are researchers, so we are taking all this information, and we have already got one paper almost through to the second revision, and that's it for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Any questions, please? I would like to remind the audience in the other hall upstairs that they could ask questions as well. So one quick question from my end. In this project, as you noted, there was like a strong collaboration between different entities from different sectors, including the government. What sort of engagement did you have with, government entities and agencies and so on?
Okay, that was the question that I was trying to avoid. Okay, first of all, the takeaway of these projects are, I would say, three. Number one, going out of my silo of engineering and sustainable energy and collaborating with social, political departments was a great experience. It helped me to understand that probably the easiest type of research is what we usually do, technical research. When it comes to socio-economic or socio-political research, we should appreciate our colleagues more. It's not easy at all, because the priorities of a researcher are different from the priorities of a politician or a policymaker, let's put it that way, because there is a difference between a politician and a policymaker. So our experience has been quite positive in the final outcome, but it wasn't easy. So we needed to understand each other more. The director can tell us about that. And indeed, it was a bit challenging halfway through. However, it wasn't disheartening, and it helped me to grow. Yes. And the third takeaway is that when it comes to sustainability, it's not enough to tell me what is best to be done. You need to see how you can do it in the particular situation of a country, of an operator, and so on. So it's not.
I think we have another question from up the hall upstairs. So please.
Thank you, Charles, for your presentation and for sharing such an interesting project. At the moment, there are around 33 eco-certified hotels in Malta. Why is this number not higher, given the results you've shared with us today? Thank you.
As I said, that there were many points that came out from the stakeholders, and that is one of them. From the opinion of operators, when it comes to these certifications, eco-certifications, they see it as a tax, and I can understand their position. Why? If I am doing my work and I am trying to make my hotel certified, sort of more sustainable, I am now asked to pay to have this certificate renewed every year. So if I didn't do anything, I will not pay that money. But because I am pro-environment, I have to pay. So they are a bit disheartened that because I am doing something towards the environment, now I have to pay for it. And their solution or their suggestions is that the payment, which is not much, but still it is a payment, should come from the eco-tax that is being collected from tourists. And in that case, that payment will also, if that payment comes from the eco-tax, then more hotels and more establishments, especially small-scale ones who do not have a large amount of money to spend, will be encouraged to do so. And yes, I do hope that a solution can be easily found.
Thank you for that. Okay, I now invite Dr. Veronique Vella, who is our third speaker. And the title of her presentation is, first of all, Veronique comes from the School of Performing Arts. And the title of her presentation is Beyond the Piano Stool, Mapping the Emergence and Genre Diversity of Maltese Female Composers from the 19th Century to the Digital Age.
Good morning, and thank you for the introduction, Professor Fabri. So I shortened the title a little bit now. It's Beyond the Piano Stool, Evolution, Visibility, and Genre Diversity among Maltese Women Composers. Basically, I am a composer myself, and a researcher, and also a pianist. And this subject, of course, has intrigued me for a while. My study basically explores how women composers and songwriters in Malta have moved beyond traditionally prescribed musical roles to gain to gain greater visibility. I need to be a bit taller. expand their artistic range, and contribute more prominently to Malta's contemporary musical landscape. I have a timer here, so I don't go over time, okay? The research documents the work of active Maltese women composers and songwriters, challenging a historical narrative that has often associated women primarily with performance rather than composition. The initiative emerged from this project called the Trans-Europe Express project, an international collaboration that I was happy to be a part of, together with my esteemed colleague, Dr. Mariella Cassar-Cordina. This project basically documents and commissions new works by women composers across France, Hungary, Spain, and Malta. And the idea is to expand further. So the next phase of the project will include even more countries. The project became an important catalyst for uncovering and documenting Malta's own female compositional legacy. The initiative the study is interdisciplinary in scope. For musicians, it expands repertoire. For historians and archivists, it preserves cultural heritage. And for gender and Mediterranean studies, it offers insight into women's creative identities and artistic agency. To understand the evolution of Malta's musical landscape, we must first ask, who are these women? This study examines their professional identities, training, and artistic pathways, while also exploring where their music circulates, whether in concert halls, community spaces, or digital platforms. Our findings reveal a remarkable breadth of styles that challenges traditional perceptions of women's music in Malta. Maltese women composers and songwriters are active in genres such as, but not exclusively, contemporary classical music, electronic sound art, film scoring, alternative rock, and multidisciplinary performance practice. This ongoing study employs a qualitative research design based on semi-structured interviews. This approach allows the composer's own voices and experiences to remain vital to the research. Here she is, Mariella Cassar-Cordina, whom you saw earlier. We highlight her because she is a very versatile composer who is very active in the scene, both locally and abroad, and her work reflects a dialogue between heritage and contemporary artistic practice. We also feature Yasmin Koimidakis, Greek surname, true, but she's Maltese, born and bred, and Kim Pepe, who represent Malta's vibrant electronic music scene through innovative production and live performance. Yasmin also produces all her tracks as well, and she studied sonic arts in the UK. While Kim Pepe is an emerging person in the scene, although she has already released a few EPs to her name. Alison Gallia, who's been around for a while now, she's an important figure within the project. She's best known as the frontwoman of the band Bean Growers. She's also a member of Ethnica, a music collective known for blending traditional Maltese instruments with electronic, jazz, and alternative influences. She also served as role model for some of the other interviewees. The next phase of the project includes academic publications, a comprehensive book, hopefully co-authored with Dr. Cassar-Cordina, and archival recordings aimed at securing the place of Maltese women composers within the wider European musical canon. In conclusion, this research marks an important step toward greater visibility and professional agency for women within Maltese musical culture. Future research will expand to include women in other leadership roles, such as conductors and artistic directors, perhaps. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Any questions, please, from the audience? Yes.
Oh, no.
Thanks, Dr. Vella. Very interesting. Myself, I'm an organist.
Oh.
So I'm actually wondering if you have come across women composing sacred music or sacred operas and things like that, and whether this could be part of your future research. Because the reason for that is because sometimes I come across, some music notes, and they are very old, and sort of they are practically lost. There is no library or there is nothing, neither for males nor for females in this sector.
In fact, you will find quite a few written by male composers, but unfortunately, the ones written by women were, in private spaces. With regards to sacred music, both Mariella and myself have written works inspired by sacred music, even though they are not perhaps sacred music per se. But yes, you are right. There is there's a gap in archival documentation when it comes to this genre. And not just sacred music, mind.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, we have one over there.
I knew it.
With regard to 19th century female composers, because we have traces of 19th century professional musicians, for example, at the Royal Opera House, etc. But and I know that there were women who composed songs in Maltese which were sung at the Royal Opera House. Do you have any traces of the music sheets?
So far, no, but it's on my to-do list.
One thing I just wanted to highlight is the fact that now the School of Performing Arts is actually creating an archive of theatre, music, and dance in order to collect all sorts of ephemera, from tickets up to music scores, up to dance notation, up to theatre plays, etc. And we have over 3,000. So if you want to go, just go into the library, look up the School of Performing Arts, and you can see our archive. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions.
Thank you. So moving on to the next speaker is Professor Josanne Vassallo from the Faculty of Medicine and Surgery. And the title of her presentation is Monogenic Diabetes in Malta, Genetic Findings and Implications for Clinical Screening Strategies.
Thank you, Professor Fabry, for your kind introduction. Good morning, Rector, pro-rectors, colleagues, and all the attendees. So our research group set out to look at the spectrum of monogenic variants in the inheritance of a specific type of diabetes, of early onset non-autoimmune diabetes in Malta. And we also wanted to check whether the application of an EU-UK-based probability calculator in selecting patients for genetic studies was applicable to the Maltese population. And the rationale behind this was that there is a diagnostic challenge that we face in our day-to-day practice. There is a phenotypic overlap in that whereas type 1 diabetics tend to be lean, C-peptide negative, and autoantibody positive, maturity onset diabetes of the young, which is a distinct entity, is monogenic. Subjects tend to be lean, so at first they could be thought to be type 1 diabetics, but their C-peptide is positive, there is residual insulin production, and autoantibodies are negative. But then there are early onset type 2 diabetics where the inheritance is polygenic. There's a significant environmental influence, and these subjects tend to be overweight or obese, C-peptide positive, and autoantibody negative. You'll say, well, you know, you can still distinguish between these, yes. But in Malta, we have a very specific confounder. Our past studies have shown that 66% of our population, unfortunately, is overweight or obese, which is not ideal. And therefore, there is a high background rate of early onset type 2 diabetes, which can mask atypical MODY presentations, leading to misdiagnosis, and there is, as a result, inappropriate treatment. And this therefore necessitates whole exome sequencing. So what we did was we took a broad base of patients, over 1,000 patients, Malta Day Hospital Diabetes and Endocrine Unit. We selected and included those who were diagnosed aged less than 35 years of age, BMI less than 30, so overweight but not obese, and third generation self-reported Maltese ancestry. We ended up with a cohort of 205 unique, and I say that with intent, unrelated participants with atypical early onset non-autoimmune diabetes. I'm sorry, it's a bit of a mouthful, I know. We looked at a number of clinical parameters like fasting plasma glucose, hemoglobin A1C, but we also applied standardized, recognized techniques looking at extraction of DNA, library preparation, sequencing. We checked the sequence quality metrics, which were quite high, and we also undertook alignment variant calling, and we prioritized the pathogenicity of any variants we found according to internationally accepted standards. And what we used in this particular study was the ClinGen filter, which is a established monogenic diabetes expert panel that was applied in targeted whole exome sequencing and comprises 10 genes. And what we found was that there were 19 MODY positive participants who were identified. 15 had unique variants in 8 of the 10 genes. 3 unrelated probands carried a specific glucokinase. 2 another glucokinase variant, and 2 unrelated probands had a cell variant. When we undertook in silico prediction, we found that most of the variants were pathogenic, deleterious, and within functional domains. So 8 genes from the 10 gene panel variants featured in our study. Most of them, they were missense or nonsense. And 8 were likely pathogenic, and 11 were pathogenic. When we look at the spectrum, a number of published variants were found, including 2 which we previously found in our Maltese population, but we found 5 novel variants. And these 5 novel variants included the glucokinase, HNF1B cell, and PDX1 genes. Now, complete absence of these 5 variants in the global databases, specifically NOMAD, strongly indicate that we have population-specific genetics in our country requiring specific localized diagnostic panels if we are to identify these patients. But all this costs money, and therefore genotype-phenotype associations help. Our glucokinase patients had low fasting plasma glucoses, low glycated hemoglobin. What about using the MODY probability calculator, which takes into account age at diagnosis, current age, BMI, A1C, family history, treatment timeline? If you score over 25%, you should go for screening if the patient is not on insulin. If it's more than 10% in patients on insulin, again, you go for screening. I will skip that slide in the interests of time. When we looked at the performance of this calculator in Malta, unfortunately, the area under the curve score was more or less moderate for both the calculator, for simple BMI, and age diagnostics. Family history was rather miserable. And this is a problem because this means that the calculator in our population has a high negative predictive value, but abysmal positive predictive value. Why? Well, very simply, The clinical tool assumes that high BMI is not MODY, that multi-generational diabetes suggests MODY, and that there is standard European penetrance. What we found, the biological reality, is we have endemic high obesity, we have extremely high local rates of type 2 diabetes, and we have specific founder variants that are specific to our population. Therefore, in conclusion, what we do intend to do in the coming years is, in order to try and tease out the overlap between monogenic, polygenic disease architecture, we are proposing an adjusted population-specific calculator plus polygenic risk scores, moving on to targeted sequencing, which includes genes that are novel to our population and not in other populations. And finally, the aim would be to move towards precision therapy. Now, naturally, all this would not have been possible without a number of my colleagues, and I want to thank in particular Professor Nikolai Partridge, whom it is a pleasure to work on these genetic issues, Dr. Caruana, who combed through 1,000 files, my colleagues who referred cases, our students, our funding agencies, and finally, last but not least, the patients in Malta and Gozo. Thank you.
Okay. We have time for one question. So, yes. Can we have the mic over there, please?
Thank you for the presentation. I have a very simple question. The new potential calculator that can be used for the Maltese population, do you think it can be adapted to another population that may have similar traits, high rate of obesity, or would it be exclusively to the Maltese population?
It's a good question, actually, because obesity and diabetes very often coexist, okay? There are a number of predictive markers that we look at in clinic, but the MODY calculator was specifically developed for maturity onset diabetes of the young. The original developers, which were the Exeter Group and Hattersley's group, recommend that validation occurs in specific populations. Now, that is for MODY. For obesity, we are doing studies on obesity as well and looking at genetic variants. We do not yet have a calculator, and at the moment, we rely on a number of clinical parameters and BMI, waist circumference, etc. But yes, probability calculators are good because genetic studies cost a lot of money. So we cannot just screen 40,000 diabetics in Malta. That's how many we have, by the way. So we just can't screen. It would be phenomenal costs, but we work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the next speaker, who is Professor Ruben Paul Bort from the Faculty for the Built Environment. And the title of the presentation is Advancing Concrete Innovation for Low Carbon Construction. Sorry, it seems to have some small technical hitches, which we'll sort out very quickly.
Good morning. Why concrete? So we tend to refer to concrete in a negative way. Actually, we use it as an expression of the ills with our industry and our society. The truth is that we use quite a lot of concrete at the global scale, and the trend is increasing over time. And the truth is that we are likely to continue using concrete on a massive scale over time. So first of all, let me explain what concrete is for those who are not architects or engineers here. So we are talking about a very simple material. You mix a binder, which is cement powder, with water and aggregate, which is a filler, crushed stone. This is a simple material. Anybody can mix it, but it's one of the most complex of composites. And that presents challenges and room for research in how to make this even more efficient as a product, given its negative associations, which are related to the fact that, first of all, we use it in massive quantities. You can see that over the last 70, 100 years, its increase has exploded, and it's likely to continue increasing with respect to other materials. It contributes to 8% of global emissions, and 1 ton of cement can be equated to 1 ton of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So the industry is concerned with these trends. The industry, however, is aware that with increasing population, global population, and with economic development, we all need bridges, roads, harbors, houses, infrastructure. There is therefore the need for more and more concrete. And it is more efficient than any other materials, even with respect to environmental impact. So there is a growing understanding that we need to address this. How? And it's acknowledged that one way is to somehow mitigate by reducing the clinker, the pure cement binder, and also finding more efficient and innovative technologies. And I will share with you how in these past, let's say, 25 years, I've explored with my research officers and collaborators, how we've explored these new innovations and these alternative ways of producing concrete to contribute for a more environmental friendly outcome. And towards low carbon, we've looked at different solutions. First of all, trying to reduce the aggregate, which is a significant volume in concrete, by recycling existing concrete. So when we demolish, for example, this is Manuel de Bridge, which was demolished and reconstructed, and the concrete there was recycled as a fine aggregate for quite innovative at the time, self-compacting concrete with improved properties, relying exclusively on recycled aggregate as a first step. Going a step forward, this has been with us for a long time. We have a lot of excavation waste, limestone waste, which in our research, I've led it to be used as a substitute for part of the cement. 5, 10, 15% of the cement can be substituted with limestone powder, and this would not lead to negative implications on the concrete. Actually, it can improve some of the properties, not least the durability. But first, it needs characterization, detailed characterization, and transforming it into a product, from waste into a product. And therefore, at the end, you are better off with an improved product relying on waste. But this limestone powder has also been transformed into lightweight blocks, which are so much in use nowadays, and also, and this is more innovative, into cement-free concrete. So we managed to produce what we call geopolymer concrete, which does not even rely on cement as a binder. This has been a big transformation, and we'll add it to industry. With one of my students, we've explored Libyan clays, extracting, sourcing clays from across Libya, and then identifying a particular source which is found in huge quantities and which can actually be used as metakaolin, as a very important substitute for cement. And in fact, this led to much better durability, therefore increasing the service life of our structures and infrastructure, addressing therefore climate change challenges. With limestone waste powder, we went on to 3D printing, and therefore we've produced 3D printed elements, columns, and beams, which can actually, using concrete as an ink, to produce elements, successfully deploying them, as we will see shortly, in actual buildings. But once again, going back to our geopolymer concrete, which is without cement, zero cement, and relying exclusively on waste transformed into a product, we are seeing the innovation coming towards producing 3D printed cladding panels. Yeah. So this led us also to look at carbon dioxide sequestration, absorbing carbon dioxide to improve production, looking at exploiting cement as a binder instead of traditional cement. Sorry, using glass as a binder instead of traditional cement, waste glass, which is so problematic because we need to export it. And not least using bioconcrete. What is that? This exploiting hemp or other natural fibers like agave to strengthen our concrete. Through Spark project, we are also recycling plastic, hard to recycle plastic, and delivering an innovative aggregate for concrete in collaboration with industry, CRDC, and also developing ultra-high performance concrete, a concrete which leads to improved durability and has increased resilience, which was used in different applications and deployed in for industrial use. This was also developed with low carbon cement, therefore having much lower impact, and definitely in our latest projects, using it also for application in actual structures. Developing textile reinforced concrete is another key step towards delivering these solutions. In conclusion, I would like to share with you now how we have transferred this to industry in real terms. We've developed these geopolymer concrete blocks, which are also used as panels, and we are testing them in industrial buildings with 3D printed panels, once again tested in industrial buildings in a setting, an industrial setting in Malta. Therefore, also looking at eco-concrete for reef reconstruction and harbor coastal infrastructures, where we are monitoring with the support of the colleagues in geoscience, looking at delivering durable infrastructure, but at the same time encouraging ecosystem restoration. And also having pilot sites where we monitor our self-healing concrete which is healing itself. We've deployed, unfortunately not yet locally, but we've deployed large floating structures made out of concrete, resilient concrete, which we are monitoring, and we've also applied it in restoration of our heritage. In conclusion, this is an important step because modern heritage needs to be valued, and this is where these innovations have been successfully applied. After well-designed strategies, we've created University of Malta research stations, which are used for teaching. These are my teaching aids, where actually students can learn by doing and actually develop new skills through real projects, which are also monitored. So we have a structural health monitoring system here, monitoring the water tower in service, and actually looking at solutions which go beyond that. We've developed the Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, which once again is exploiting these tools, these materials in real applications, and therefore through digital twins here, we are monitoring the actual performance of these structures in service. As you can see, we are looking quite a lot at coastal infrastructure because this presents significant challenges, and this is where we are also active, restoring the Torretta, and active also in the breakwater in the Grand Harbor. It's close to here, and it's one of those significant structures which we've been analyzing and monitoring towards then other applications, like the restoration strategy for the Naval Reservoir, an impressive structure which we are studying, monitoring, and delivering as a robust structure, together, for example, with the Inwadar Coastal Artillery Station as a new research station for university, for teaching our students. How do we measure impact? We measure through life cycle tools, so we can take important decisions whether to recycle, dismantle instead of demolition, or even alternative excavation. So we use life cycle methodologies to also be concrete in our approach and realistic. We need standards, and we developed the first national standard for recycling, the construction, where as a team, we developed the standard for MCCAA, and this is the standard referred to in our legislation at the moment, so as we can actually deploy these materials I've been showing you for real. And how do we build better places? Quality. The New European Bauhaus, as a final statement, leads us to better appreciate how these technologies can influence an inclusive design and better communities. This is key because we design for people. People are at the core. And therefore, with climate change in the background, we have to see how these technologies actually address our future world, because we are designing for the future, 400 years from now. We have to anticipate all that. We communicate our technologies in this manner, so we have also been able to explore how we can get people to perceive interventions where we have a structure which was going to be demolished and we've transformed it into a Grade 1 national monument. And also, as I said, using these as test beds and teaching aids for our students, because teaching is at our core, the core of our mission, after all. I would like to acknowledge my research team, my research officers, and all supporting entities, not least funding agencies, Horizon, Scienza, and other entities. Thank you very much.
Very short question, please. Yes, one mic over here.
I'd like to ask about the production costs. Cement-free concrete, the production costs compare favorably to the traditional mode, or they're more expensive?
Okay, so cost is at the basis of all. We don't have an option really because of net zero commitments for 2050. We don't have an option, that's first. However, when you consider that this geopolymer concrete, for example, does not rely on any imported product into Malta, if we look local, we have a material which can rely exclusively on local products and can be produced effectively and when fully certified, used in real life applications. But when we look at the new trend for cements as a binder, we are no longer allowed to use the traditional cement as we were a few years ago, a couple of years ago, really. So we have to embrace these lower clinker cements, which have a lot of additions, which makes them more complex, more challenging. So industry experiences more problems because the chemistry behind it is very complex. And therefore, we are seeing how to offset this. The cost is mainly related to the fact that we have to invest in research. However, at the end, having less clinker, lower temperatures, for example, to burn cement, no longer 1,500, but we are looking at low LC3 cements, blended cements, where at the end we have much less temperature generated, therefore we have less energy being consumed, and at the end we are better off. So the net result is much lower cost. And we use life cycle tools to justify this, life cycle costings. Thank you.
Thank you. In this session, I invite Dr. Charmaine Bonello from the Faculty of Education, and with her presentation titled Exploring Early Childhood Educators' Perspectives on AI, Potential Challenges and Inclusion in Practice.
The Prof. Borg before me started with why concrete. I will start with why this image. As you can see over there, I would like to remind us all that if the University of Malta is the place where we advance knowledge, it is important to remember that our education starts much earlier. It starts in early childhood education. Long before the lecture halls, before I was an academic at the University of Malta, I was for 12 years a kindergarten educator. Wonderful 12 years, fun, messy. And when it comes to technology, my expertise then was perhaps a cassette player, who sometimes chewed on tapes as well. But today I am here presenting, thanks to Miss Natalie Lombardi-Calleja, who's sitting over there as well, another mess. Artificial intelligence in early childhood education. I never envisioned this. To be honest, when I saw the term generative AI and comparing it to early childhood education, I was very worried initially because I said, you know, looking even at that picture, you see that spark in the young child's face. And I was afraid, you know, that that could be taken away by the cold glow from a screen of a tablet or a laptop or anything else. And it is this tension that made me and Miss Natalie Lombardi-Calleja, we have been educators together as well in a school, that made us want to see, you know, what about that human connection when it comes to early childhood and this world of algorithms, this world of AI now. And what are early childhood educators doing when it comes to childcare? 0 to 3, kindergarten, 3 to 5, and early primary, 5 to 7. In our context, we see we are at a crossroads. At the moment in early childhood education, not at the moment, it's been quite for some years now, we're moving more towards not a prescriptive curriculum, but a curriculum that is led by the children, based on inquiry and play. In the meantime, these past years, AI has been also invading these educational settings. Yes, now we know from this research that also in childcare from 0 to 3. So what is happening? How are early childhood educators, you know, using it or weaving it into their daily practice? And how does this align, you know, with our global commitment towards SDG for quality education for all? This is a very small scale research study. We wanted to map out like what's happening in early childhood with 7 educators from the childcare, kindergarten, and early primary sector. We wanted to better understand what's happening, not whether or not they are using it, because they were recruited because they were using it, but how they are weaving it into their practice. What are they doing? And we use the TPAC lens, which don't get scared by the term, which is the blend of technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge that these educators may be using to implement AI in practice. And in fact, they were all using it in practice. What do we learn from the childcare educators, those who work in the 200 childcare settings in Malta? Obviously, these are a few of them, but what do we learn from them? We learn that it's more about communication rather than replacement. So AI used by these childcare educators is not to replace the human connection, but they're using it, for example, to translate, for example, to different language with parents who do not have English as their first language. They are also using it to search to extend intentional planning. So, for example, after observing children in practice, they use it, you know, to critically reflect and try to come up with more intentional planning, or perhaps search for content knowledge, which they might not have, and extend children inquiries. Kindergarten, we see it used as an inquiry partner as well. So it extends children questions like, for example, why doesn't it snow in Malta today? So they use AI to create a visual there and then, and it seems that it doesn't silence children. Children talk more when something, you know, 3D is in front of them. And we see them reflecting on ethical practice as well. In early primary, we see a focus more on inclusion. We had educators sharing with us. They mentioned children on the autism spectrum as well, and as children with speech delays, where they are using AAC apps to help children communicate, press, and this will help them with their speech. Not everything was glitter as gold. These are the barriers, so there needs to be more training, more parental acceptance because parents are not aware. And we see that it's very important that, you know, pedagogy always takes the lead over technology. And very, very important that we need urgent policy to initial framework for AI and early childhood educators, for all these educators, you know, to have sort of a guidelines, because all they know is self-taught. So out there, they are, I don't know, taking pictures perhaps of children, uploading them in LLMs, not knowing what to do, not knowing about the risk, what's happening with our children's pictures, for example, uploaded in any LLM. So we really need to, you know, this pedagogy first mandate. I want to conclude with this. Look at the picture there with the hand. And I want us to remember that it's very important that we see this, you know, as the human hand, that we need to see it as the hand that guides these educators. So let's not let technology just seeing it, you know, as technology there, but let's let that hand to paint the picture, the human touch, not letting AI replace the human touch in early childhood education. And I concluded that comment.
Thank you. Questions? Yes, one question over here. Can we have the mic, please?
Thank you for that presentation. I'm just really curious if there were any, or are there any plans to link the risk of AI use in early childhood to what the EU AI Act is saying? If you're looking into that at all, because I know there are, risk categories, how that, if there is any link to your research. Thank you.
At the moment, this was our first research. We started it last year. So at first we wanted to map out like what's happening, how they are using it. And in fact, yes, we are concerned, in fact, I mentioned the need for, a national policy about the use of AI, not only in early childhood education and beyond. We know it all. And at the moment, in fact, we're doing another more detailed study to actually we see over weeks how educators in early childhood education are really using it, the difficulties, the dilemmas, the ethical dilemmas they are experiencing, hopefully to come to what you were saying. So we're working on it because was just interviews, Now we're getting deeper because we want to get in the nitty-gritty and really, see what these ethical dilemmas are. And hopefully from then, ground up then, some national policies or whatever aligned with what you are saying will be published.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So thanks to all the 6 plenary speakers. I would now like to invite Professor Maurice Apap, who is the director of the doctoral school, and chairing the next session, introducing the keynote speaker. So, Professor Apap.
Thank you, Professor Fabri. So the keynote speech has been delivered as part of the Research Expo over the past few years. Used to be the annual lecture of the Doctoral School Symposium before this was merged into the Research Expo. So, without further ado, it was with great pleasure that I introduce Dr. Sally Hancock, who is our keynote speaker this year. Dr. Hancock is a senior lecturer in education at the University of York. Her research sits at the intersection of higher education, science policy, and the sociology of education, with a particular focus on the career trajectories and experiences of doctoral graduates. Her keynote speech will in fact deal with the career paths of PhD graduates and is entitled PhD Career Paths Reconsidered, Reflections on Empirical Research and the New Model of PhD Employability. Dr. Hancock.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Maurice and the rest of the organising committee for the opportunity to be here today. And I'm very pleased to be sharing my reflections on the changing career paths of PhD graduates. This is something I've been thinking about for the last decade, and what I want to share with you today is how we might reframe our understanding of this important issue which higher education systems are grappling with globally. So I want to start by sharing with you 2 articles from the journal Nature, published over 50 years apart. And therefore, for over 50 years, I think we've been asking the same, and in my view, slightly wrong question about PhD careers. We keep asking, how many PhDs does the economy need? Why aren't PhD graduates better prepared for non-academic employment? And why do so many PhDs leave academia? All of these questions rest upon a very important assumption, and that is that the value of a PhD is fixed. My argument today is that it isn't. Because we're living in a moment of quite profound contradiction. Doctoral education has expanded globally, while at the same time, academic employment opportunities have contracted. And doctoral education is simultaneously framed as essential to innovation, research, and knowledge-based economies. And yet doctoral graduates are frequently described as being overqualified, underutilized, or poorly aligned with labor market needs. So despite this expansion, we continue to hear persistent negative narratives of skills gaps, employability deficits, and even a so-called PhD crisis. And we do have clear empirical evidence that the employment outcomes for PhD graduates are shaped by structural factors. So building from my research in the UK, we see that the proportion of PhD graduates who secure academic employment varies significantly by field of study, with the highest rates of academic employment, the dark blue colour, observed for arts, humanities and social science PhD graduates, and the highest departure rates from academic research across science and technology subjects. So today I want to suggest a different way of thinking about doctoral careers, not as a problem of supply and demand, and not as simply an issue of transferable skills, but rather as a sociological question about how different professions recognize or fail to recognize doctoral expertise. So currently, there are two dominant ways of thinking about post-PhD careers. The first typical explanation that we might encounter is the so-called transferable skills narrative. And this perspective argues that doctoral graduates possess highly valuable generic skills, including critical thinking, problem solving, communication, project management, data analysis, and so on. And therefore, the challenge for universities becomes how to help PhD graduates translate those skills into other sectors. Now, of course, there is some truth in this perspective, but it also has important limitations because it assumes that skills are inherently portable. It individualizes the responsibility for employability. And most importantly, it ignores the role of recognition and the relational aspects of employability. Transferability is not the same thing as recognizability, and a PhD graduate may possess very sophisticated expertise, but whether that expertise is recognized as valuable depends heavily on the context in which it appears. The second dominant narrative is that of labor market mismatch. And here the argument is that universities are producing too many PhDs relative to the number of suitable jobs available. In this framing, doctoral underemployment becomes a quantitative problem, that there are simply too many graduates, too few positions, and an insufficient alignment between training and labor market demand. And again, there is some truth here, but it also has limitations, because it again assumes that doctoral value is stable across contexts, and it therefore struggles to explain why doctoral graduates are highly valued in some sectors, partially valued in others, and actively discounted elsewhere. It also cannot fully explain the significant individual variation that we see in employment outcomes. So drawing again on my research from UK PhD holders, we see significant variance in whether they secure research-related employment on the basis of variables such as the prestige of the university awarding the PhD, so whether they are Russell Group or not in the UK context, the field of study, so science and technology PhDs being much more demanded by research employers than arts and humanities and social sciences, prior qualifications, such as whether PhD graduates hold a master's degree, again, prioritizing them for research employment, and gender, with male PhD holders significantly more likely to secure research-relevant employment. So instead of asking whether doctoral graduates possess value, I want to ask a different question, which is under what conditions is doctoral value recognized? And to do this, I'm going to draw on the work of the sociologist Pierre Bourdieu, whose concepts have been used extensively in higher education scholarship, but not yet at the level of PhD education and careers. And in particular, there are two concepts that will be useful for us today, those of field and capital. So for Bourdieu, field is a social world with its own rules, values, hierarchies, and ways of assessing legitimacy. Different professional fields operate according to different rules of the game. The academic field, for example, tends to value originality, subject authority, publications, methodological rigor, and intellectual autonomy. But other professional fields value very different things. For example, speed, commercial responsiveness, implementation, policy transfer, and practical application. Each field evaluates expertise differently, and this matters because doctoral education primarily produces forms of capital that are optimized for the academic field. With regards to capital, we can distinguish between cultural, social, and symbolic. So for academic cultural capital, here we might think about subject specialist expertise, scholarly dispositions, such as the presentation of self and skills, research expertise, and qualifications. In terms of social capital, we might think about academic networks, supervisory relationships, and conference communities like those today. And finally, for symbolic capital, we might think about the prestige that disciplines and institutional reputation can carry in specific contexts. These forms of capital are all highly valuable within academia, but the key point is that they do not translate evenly across to other professional fields. And so this leads to the central concept that I want to introduce today, that of doctoral capital conversion. And by this, I do not mean simply transfer or translation, but rather a process of field-dependent recognition. So in other words, whether doctoral expertise is recognized often depends on the rules and the logic of the field that encounter it. Put simply, a PhD does not carry the same meaning everywhere. And this brings me to the core of the keynote, a simple three-field model for understanding PhD careers, which distinguishes between the academic fields, academic adjacent fields, and more distant professional fields. And the key variable across these three spaces is the degree to which doctoral capital is recognized. So I'll begin with the academic field, and here we see the highest level of alignment. And this is unsurprising because doctoral education was fundamentally designed for this environment. Doctoral training is extraordinarily effective at producing academic capital. So here, publications matter, conferences matter, disciplinary expertise matters, and institutional prestige matters. Academic careers reward precisely the forms of expertise that doctoral education is structured to cultivate. So within academia, doctoral capital is largely being recognized in its native form. Now, of course, this does not mean that academic careers are stable, equitable, or without tension. We've all seen rising precarity, rising fixed-term contracts for young researchers, and increasing complexity of academic work as well, a rise in teaching-only positions and what might be called as third space professionals in academic support roles. There are also prestige hierarchies, institutional stratification, and often intense competition between individual PhD holders. However, these are struggles within a field that fundamentally recognizes the legitimacy of doctoral capital. The second category then of adjacent fields include employment areas such as policy, consultancy, research institutes, research and development, think tanks, government, and parts of the biotech and technology sectors. And here, doctoral graduates often succeed, but they do so through adaptation, not direct transfer. So some doctoral capital converts very effectively. Analytical capacity, research literacy, evidence synthesis, and problem solving are highly valued. But other dimensions of academic capital convert less well. We know from research studies that it remains very uncommon for employers outside of academia, even those that are research organizations, to explicitly require a PhD for hiring decisions. And so deep subject expertise may matter less, the pace of work changes, and communication norms shift. And this is where the idea of epistemic distance becomes important, because the further away a field is from the academic field and its norms, the more adaptation is required for doctoral expertise to be recognized. So to give you some examples of this, a STEM PhD graduate who moves into private sector research is likely to be highly valued for their ability to conduct applied research and solve practical problems, whereas a more common career path that we see for humanities and social sciences is to enter consultancy, where they might be highly valuable for analytical reasoning, stakeholder interpretation, and complex communication skills. The final category then is distant fields, and this is where the misrecognition becomes most visible. Here we encounter that familiar narrative that PhDs are often overqualified, too specialized, not commercially minded enough, and concerns that PhD graduates may experience culture shock in this pathway or not fit organizational cultures at all. And this is an important point, because in some professional contexts, the PhD can function less as a signal of expertise and more as a signal of risk to employers. My argument is not that doctoral graduates lack value in these spaces, but rather that misrecognition occurs because the field does not understand the form of value which is being presented. So for doctoral value to be recognized in distant fields, it must be reconstituted by the PhD graduate, which involves a reframing of their skills and knowledge over time and in collaboration with a willing and engaged employer. In other words, it's a dynamic and a relational process. And these two vignettes from PhD graduates who are working in distant fields demonstrate why this distinction matters enormously, because it shifts the discussion away from one of skills deficiency and one towards recognition. And indeed, as these quotes show, in such distant fields, often it's the very act of being able to think differently and bridge different professional worlds that becomes a source of substantial value to the employing organization. So what follows from this? I think there are important implications at least 4 levels. So firstly, universities cannot simply respond by adding more employability training, because the challenge is not only one of skills acquisition. It is also about helping doctoral researchers to understand how fields differently evaluate expertise. And that means greater exposure to non-academic culture, cross-sector collaboration, industry engagement, public-facing research, and opportunities to build cross-field social capital. So precisely the sort of third mission activities that we heard about in the opening address. Because recognition often travels through relationships, and doctoral capital converts more easily when people in other fields know how to interpret it. Employers may also need to think about how they rethink and evaluate doctoral expertise, because many recruitment systems are built around highly conventional signals of experience. And we know from the research that when organizations have previous experience of employing PhD graduates, they are often significantly better at recognizing their potential contribution. At the policy level, this framework challenges simplistic oversupply narratives. Movement beyond academia should not be read as evidence of failure or mismatch, but rather it is telling us that contemporary knowledge work is increasingly hybrid. Movement across fields reflects a structural transformation in professional labour markets, not the failure of doctoral education. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, some advice for doctoral and early career researchers. Firstly, I would emphasise the importance of learning how different fields evaluate expertise. Academic communication often rewards depth, nuance, critique, and theoretical sophistication, but other fields may reward clarity, speed, implementation, outcomes, responsiveness, and collaboration. This is not a simplification of your expertise, it is field adaptation. Secondly, build cross-field social capital during your PhD. Networks matter enormously in these processes of recognition. Thirdly, learn to narrate expertise in terms of contribution rather than credentials, because employers rarely recruit qualifications, they are recruiting anticipated contribution. They want to envisage problems solved, evidence interpreted, projects led, systems improved, and decisions informed. And finally, adaptation should not be understood as failure. Conversion requires adaptation because fields are different, not because doctoral expertise lacks value. So let me finish, please, with this. Perhaps the central question is not, do we produce too many PhDs, but rather, have contemporary fields learnt how to recognise doctoral expertise? Because doctoral underutilisation is not simply an economic issue, it's also a sociological one. And the future of PhD employability depends not only on what doctoral graduates know, but on how institutions, employers, and professional fields learn to recognise that knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hancock. So we have a few minutes for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hancock. A very interesting presentation, especially for all of us in the room. Do you reckon that flexibility is an important element that one might want to consider? Because sometimes flexibility might come from also the pedagogical approach that the supervisor would then adopt with the student throughout the doctoral journey. I mean, ultimately, we help them grow through their doctoral journey.
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, I would agree. And I think there's lots of empirical research which shows to us that often when PhD students first embark on their program, they are most likely to aspire to become an academic, but there needs to be a process of flexibility and encouragement, often through supervisors or through the wider doctoral graduate school, to broaden their horizons and think about other professional futures. And I think the key is to frame this not as a second choice or a less positive destination, but to show that the PhD can be equally valued across these spaces. So I would agree, agility, flexibility is a key characteristic. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask, please, with regards to your study and the type of PhD degrees that you have analyzed. Are they all traditional PhDs, or they are by publication or professional PhDs? And do you think new ways of getting a PhD are more suitable for the market nowadays?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Thank you. So most of the PhD graduates in my study were the traditional PhD model, and that still dominates in the UK higher education sector. But you're quite right to acknowledge that there are different routes to a PhD. And I think as well as aligning with slightly different employment outcomes, they probably also act as a kind of sorting or a selecting effect, in that students will choose a different type of PhD perhaps thinking about different employment outcomes. But I think that on the whole, diversity is a good thing in preparing for diverse outcomes.
You. Yes, we have a question from the other hall. We'll take that.
Hello, and thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask whether you included the PhDs who start their own business in your study, entrepreneurs. And if so, yes, what was the result? And if not, what is your view and special considerations on that?
Thank you for this question. That's another very important perspective. So unfortunately, we have very limited data on PhDs who are entrepreneurial, go on to start businesses. Certainly that's the case in the UK. But this is a really important aspect of the debate, because from the policy perspective, we know that this is something that policymakers hope will follow through from the investment in doctoral education. But there's very little research literature on those PhDs, other than that we know that many of those spin-offs and startups don't fail within the first few years after graduation. So that's something we need to know more about.
Yes, we had a question over here.
Thanks for the talk. It was a clarification, actually. On your adjacent field slide, you were saying that employers only about 20% require a PhD. Surely that would depend on the level. So some employers are going to be. Are you taking that across the board? So all employees in a factory, or
no. Just to clarify, specifically that is research and innovation organizations. So they are what we might think of as being those specialist research organizations, but it's still only a minority that will explicitly ask for a PhD in the job description. So it's not something that is being used, to distinguish between candidates. Yeah.
Okay, we have time for two final quick questions.
Okay. Hi. Good morning, and thank you for the Thank you for the presentation. You're absolutely right about the transferable skills, and here I would make an appeal to all the PIs who, as you know, when we apply for funding, we always need to think about marketing, commercialization. So it would be very limited for us not to keep our PhD students in the loop and to make them always think how to problem solve and get into market. My question to you is, you mentioned that we should change the way businesses and the commercial world sees PhDs. How would you envision we do that? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And I spoke about some of the limitations with current literature. So studies with employers of PhDs is another aspect that we know very little about. But one thing that studies do show us is that if there is history of employing PhDs, or with if those hiring have a PhD themselves, they're much more likely to be positively disposed. So I think some of this is a change that will happen over time as more PhD graduates filter out into sectors. But I think here we need probably greater collaboration between universities and employers. We need better data about who those employers are, and then we can start to build those networks.
So we're running out of time, but I did promise one last question, so please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. I just had a quick question, if you could just give some concrete examples what the University of York is doing to help researchers to understand field logic and cross-field social capital, because you mentioned that we shouldn't focus too much on transferable skills. So can you give us some concrete examples?
Yeah, so one example, it's not specific to the University of York, but for funded PhDs, publicly funded PhDs now in the UK, they all have to undertake what's called a research in practice placement. So it's a 3-month placement outside of the PhD in an organization where they begin to learn how to embed their skills and knowledge and work with others outside of academia. So I think it's through practice that sort of that kind of outcome can be achieved.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hancock. Okay, so we come now to the doctoral school awards. So this is the third edition of the Outstanding Doctoral Thesis Awards. The Doctoral School awards this prize for each of two categories every year from the graduates who would have graduated that year. So the prize is in two categories, in humanities and social sciences, that's the first, and in STEM. I'll explain briefly how the process works, how the awardees were chosen. So each board of examiners for our doctoral students so the board of examiners is appointed to examine a specific doctoral thesis, and they're asked to consider whether the thesis should be nominated for this award. And those boards who recommend in their collective report that the thesis they have examined should be nominated, those nominated theses get into a short list, which is then considered by the doctoral school board for these awards. So this year we had, as Professor Vella mentioned, 81 doctoral graduates. 72 of them were PhDs, and the nominated candidates were all PhD graduates. So we had eight nominated for the award in the humanities and social sciences, 3 for the award in STEM. And basically, the members of the doctoral school board were then asked to consider the short list of these nominees for each award and decide on the awardees. I've given that introduction purposefully because I want to first of all recognize all doctoral graduates have made a great achievement, and that was celebrated in the graduation ceremony. Now, the nominated candidates have further made an outstanding achievement. That is why they were nominated by their board of examiners. So their nomination is evidence that their PhD thesis was of excellent quality, and that was recognized by experts in their respective fields of research. So that brings us to the awards today, and the graduates being awarded today by the doctoral school board were therefore chosen as the most outstanding thesis, so to speak. And I invite Rector to present the awards. We'll start with the award in humanities and social sciences. So the outstanding doctoral thesis award for 25-26 in humanities and social sciences goes to Dr. Karen Sherry, who studied sorry. So I have a few words to say on her achievement, and I would like her to be still present. So Dr. Karen Sherry studied under the supervision of Professor Maria Tard at the Institute for Climate Change and Sustainable Development. Her PhD thesis was entitled Car Dependence and the Concept of Lazy, Understanding the Impact of Pedestrianization on Car Dependency Reduction in a European Island. Reading from the award citation, inside the folder where there's also the certificate, the doctoral school board found that Dr. Karen Sherry's thesis was original in thought, investigating laziness as a determining factor in travel behavior and car dependency, even for short distances. And it considered Malta as a case study. The thesis made a significant contribution to knowledge on pedestrian mobility and evidence-based policymaking on pedestrianization. The thesis examined to what extent personal and socio-cultural characteristics impact upon travel modal choices, using a mixed method approach to provide qualitative and quantitative evidence that was further benchmarked against an appropriate theoretical framework. So, congratulations and well done. So the second award, the Outstanding Doctoral Thesis Award for 25-26 in STEM goes to Dr. Kevin Abela. Dr. Kevin Abela studied under the supervision of Professor Emmanuel Ketkuti at the Department of Mathematics, Faculty of Science. Dr. Abela's PhD thesis was entitled Intrinsic Topologies on Ordered Structures Applications. Again, reading from the award citation, the Doctoral School Board found that Kevin Abela's thesis was originally taught and made a strong contribution to pure mathematics, particularly in the areas of functional analysis, order theory, lattice theory, and topology. The thesis investigated various notions of order convergence on partially ordered sets and associated order topologies, and made substantive advances in the study of unbounded order convergence, extending the theory to infinitely distributive lattices. Congratulations and well done.
Okay, so thank you for chairing the last two sessions, Maurice. Time for coffee. I would like to ask the front half of the seated members to exit through that door and the next half through the other door so that we don't congest the corridors. Also, make sure that we are on time for the start of the parallel sessions at 11:25, which will be delivered across the different rooms. You can find the details in the program. Thank you.
usually thank you.
Welcome back. Thanks for making your way back from pleasant lunch and from the sunshine. So welcome to this year's UMRE panel discussion. Sustainability, as I think it has become quite evident also from today's papers and presentations, is a subject of growing urgency, both within, of course, the University of Malta itself, but also beyond that, European, national, and I would also say at planetary levels. It is, in fact, a core theme in the university's strategic plan for 2026-2030, where it is tied to various questions, including education, research, but also the broader role of the university in society. In many ways, sustainability appears to be an uncontroversial question if we understand it, if we understand the concept as meeting present needs while acting responsibly towards future generations, then few people would openly reject such a principle. And yet, once we begin discussing what sustainability actually requires from us, consensus becomes a little bit more complicated. Questions start being asked about development, growth, limits, public responsibility, and the kinds of changes that societies and institutions are generally willing to make. Sustainability is often defined as consisting of three interconnected pillars: environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. Today's discussion will focus specifically on how universities, the University of Malta, of course, being one of the key institutions in this respect for us today, how universities position themselves in relation to these challenges. We will ask, for example, how can universities continue to contribute to sustainability through their research and their outreach? Should universities focus primarily on solving technical problems, or should they actually take an active role in shaping public opinion? And the pressing question today, of course, how do universities themselves become resilient and sustainable institutions? To help us explore these questions today, we've got 6 distinguished colleagues who are going to represent a wide range of disciplines and perspectives. We've got Professor Valerie Solers, who's Pro-Rector for Strategic Planning and Sustainability at the University of Malta. We've got Professor Marie Bruguglio from the Faculty of Economics, Management and Accountancy, Professor Mark Mifsud from the Center for Environmental Education and Research. We've got Professor Paul Refalo from the Faculty of Engineering, Professor Luciano Mole Stagno from the Institute for Sustainable Energy, and Professor Simone Borch from the Faculty of Laws. Now, before we begin, in just a few seconds, I would like to inform you that you can participate in this discussion. There are 2 ways in which you can do this. The first one is by scanning the QR code which is behind me. It will give you access to a Slido app where you can actually post questions, or you can upvote some of your peers' questions. And I will be seeing these questions as we go along, and I will be bringing in some of these questions towards the end of the session. And there will also be a roving mic later on during the session. Okay, so I'm going to begin with Professor Solers. So sustainability, so central, why now? Why now?
Okay, to answer why sustainability has become or is gaining such an important focus in what it is that we are doing, I think I will go back to, let's say, the past 3 years in my role as Pro-Rector, having been tasked with strategic planning and sustainability. And as I was carrying out my work over the past 3 years, more often than not, I came across, something which I constantly ask myself was, did our outgoing rector, design was this by design or default? Because there is such a lot of overlap between sustainability and strategy. And in fact, in my readings from the EUA, the European University Association, I did come across also a statement which says that sustainability should be the fulcrum of strategic planning. So it is definitely at the heart of what every university, every higher education university will be working towards. If you look at the mission of a university, we will agree on the missions. Again, Rector this morning mentioned these items clearly. The education, so we're about improving the knowledge, sharing the knowledge, research and innovation, which are crucial, as well as outreach, the third mission of the university. That has become extremely important. We're moving away from the discourse of universities being ivory towers, doing research just for the sake of it remaining within the informed, or let's say, in brackets, the educated or interested people. But the research, the innovation, and the knowledge which we need to develop and work on is precisely to have an impact on the community, and it is also to address the needs of the community. So sustainability is definitely a key focus, which we are going to see strengthening over the years to come.
Thank you. We will come back, of course, to you later. Professor Bergoglio.
Hello.
So, when we talk about sustainability, let's try to now define it. We often try to define it in practical terms or technical terms, but to what extent is it also an ethical question? What are your thoughts on this?
Okay, so I mean, fundamentally sustainable, when we're asking the ethical question, we're kind of asking, why bother? Why is this important? Why do it and why not do it? So if we break it down, we could say because there's an intergenerational duty, sort of not to dissipate the capital, but only to consume interest, to talk in economic terms, because for intergenerational equity, we cannot leave less, and intragenerational, because if we operate without constraint, it's very likely that some parts of society are going to consume more than their fair share. Then one might ask, yes, but still, why bother? What do we owe future generations? I mean, what have future generations ever done for us, if you want to be controversial? So one might use different ethical rules by which to decide whether this is the right thing to do. For example, and I'm not a philosopher, I'm an economist, but these are very important questions for us to then decide how to regulate. For example, one might say the simple golden rule of do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Or, for example, imagine you don't know who you are, the veil of ignorance. How would you prefer that society is regulated if you are not yourself? You could be anyone. And then you're most likely to choose regulating in favor of the most vulnerable being those who are not even here to vote, or those who are the poorest. So those are sort of the ethical guidelines onto which the technical then superimposes itself. So, for example, economies are very unlikely to operate by these ethical rules because economies operate by the maximum of efficiency. Maximize the biggest yield in the present or for present people possible in the most efficient way. And that's where economics then comes in, because economics is about understanding the economy and regulating it in order to operate by some ethical, political, or socially acceptable principle, one of which being, no, it's not just about efficiency, it's also about equity, it's also about fairness, about sustainability. And so that's how we kind of bring the world together from the ethical perspective to the more technical perspective.
Thank you. So we're here reflecting, discussing concepts, theorizing, defining, and yet of course, we're also talking about what the university can do in relation to a society which is not always keen on engaging with ideas on a conceptual or theoretical level. So what is the role of the university in this respect? How does one translate these discussions, these ideas about sustainability to a wider audience, a more general audience beyond the walls of an institution like this?
Okay, just have a second before I start. Actually, UNESCO recognizes 4 pillars, not 3. So we need also to add the cultural pillar, which is basically, it gives us a sense of belonging. It's what makes us proud to be of which country we are, and research proves that when people have a sense of belonging, they tend to take care, which is probably the most important word of all in sustainability. It's a very simple word, care. Care for other people and care for the planet. Now, what about university? Obviously, we are not passive observers. We have to do something. And doing something means not just being bankers of knowledge. We have a very important mission, that of empowering people. We need to empower people to be able not just to know, but to be able to act, to have the skills and the competencies necessary to be able to take very simple decisions in life that affect a lot. And it's not just sustainability, which is superficial, because usually when we talk about sustainability, we talk about, don't get me wrong, it's right. Planting trees, for example, but that's very superficial. It's important, hopefully not planting trees in Garrigue and what have you, but we need to do more than that. It's what we do every day that matters. And universities come in there because the choice of the food that you eat, how you're going to transport yourself, the clothes that you are going to wear, everything has an impact. And we are there, obviously, to facilitate this dialogue. We are not there to provide any dogma, but we need to instill critical thinking. People need to decide through critical inquiry what is best for us and for the future generations, as Marie mentioned. But not only for the future generations, but also for the future of our planet. Sustainability is what it is. It's thinking long term. And most of the stuff we do is very short term. So university has to take that very important step in making students and people out there understand that what we do today matters for tomorrow. I will end this very, very shortly. I like to see a lot of films, and one of them is Shrek. If you remember Donkey, I hope you remember Donkey. And Donkey asked, when they were going to the far, far away kingdom, he asked, are we there yet? And Shrek always answered, no. Yes, because it's very easy to feel hopeless in this. Are we achieving anything? Where do we arrive? But it's not about becoming perfect. It's about progress. It's about doing something, even in your life, every day.
This leads me to the next question. So there is this hope for a better future, and yet a kind of worry about what the future might be like. And technology is at the center of both this hope and this fear about this future. Now, you come from from engineering. So from your perspective, what is the role of technology in this? Is it really that which can save us? And how?
Okay. Will technology go green on its own? No, it won't. Will technology go green if we design it to? Then yes. So the answer is that technology will only be sustainable if we design it to, if we make it so. Now, answering this question normally takes me a whole semester, right? To cover how technology could be sustainable, but I'll try in a couple of minutes. So there are various ways, as my colleagues have already mentioned. One of them is systems thinking. So no man is an island, and so are machines and technologies. So the moment that we consider equipment, machines, technologies on their own, one by one, is the moment that we fail, right? So technologies interact, technologies affect each other, machines, equipment. Imagine a factory, imagine a data center. All pieces of equipment affect each other. So if we had to just focus on one system at a time, it would be the moment that we would be affecting the other, most probably negatively. So that's systems thinking. Then there's life cycle thinking. So each and every technology, each and every device, whether a smartphone, whether a car which we buy, goes through its whole life cycle. So from its raw materials, all the raw materials required to produce these technologies, the manufacturing processes that they go through, the use phase, the energy which is being used throughout its whole lifetime, how we maintain it, the transport involved, where are we sourcing these goods from, and eventually the end of life. So what happens? Is there an afterlife for these technologies, for these gadgets? Are we designing for an afterlife? Are we giving them a second chance? So systems thinking, life cycle thinking, and the last one, as Mark already mentioned, is the three-pillar or four-pillar thinking, right? We have to design for the environment. We have to design for the finances of it. We have to design for the social pillar. Otherwise, no one would. So we have to bring in these three pillars together with systems thinking and life cycle thinking. I know it's not easy, right? Sustainable design was never meant to be an easy feat, an easy thing to do, but we have to make it happen. And that is the only way technologies could only be labeled as sustainable, if we ever could.
Let us start sort of being a little bit more specific with the examples that were given. And I'll continue with you for now, Professor Riafolo. So do you have any examples of research conducted within the University of Malta, for example, which does this, that it has had an actual impact on achieving or going towards certain sustainability goals? But perhaps you can give us some examples.
Okay, I can mention some few examples. So one of the projects which we're working on and have been working on now for a number of years tackles one of the most energy intensive utilities in the industrial sector. I don't want to bore you with the details, but we're tackling what is called compressed air, the pneumatic systems. Now, what are these compressed air systems? They drive automation, and you'll find them in all factories. And they are very energy intensive. And to add to that, they suffer from a lot of leaks, a lot of sources of inefficiencies. So what we've done is we collaborated, we're working together, and we came up with a system, an intelligent system, which would be able to detect where these leaks are, where these faults, these sources of inefficiencies are, to be able to reduce the energy consumption in real time. So we're doing this. We were funded by Scienza. I see some colleagues here. So I want to mention that we got funding from Scienza Malta, and we developed a system which is now also patented. So your question was how our research could contribute. And this idea, this invention has now been granted a patent, and now we're trying to move on, also with the help of the Knowledge Transfer Office, to try to commercialize the system. Another project which we're working on deals with plastics. So it's a Horizon-funded project. We're trying to convert waste from ST Microelectronics. We all know about ST, right? One of the main employers on the island. They generate a lot of tons, of hundreds of tons of plastic waste. And we're trying to combine it with waste coming from the notorious, if you want, BCRS system, right? So we're getting waste from plastic bottles, waste from ST Microelectronics, and we're trying to combine these two sources of waste, these two waste streams, into a plastic polymer, a plastic composite, which combines these two. And the last one, and I think this is very, very interesting, is a project which is not only dealing with the technological or the classical, if you want, pillar of sustainability. We're designing, together with my colleague, I see him here, Manuel Francalanza, we're designing workstations, smart and sustainable workstations for people with disability. So we're trying to come up with a workstation, with a system, which is smart, intelligent, which is sustainable. So we're designing it to be sustainable. And we're trying to come up with a system which is inclusive, which helps people with disability on the shop floor, trying to integrate people within technology. So I think these are some few examples which I think are like putting their 5 cents towards this technological sustainability.
Thank you very much, Professor Molestanio. So one of the aspects of sustainability is, of course, energy. And of course, you work in renewable energy. But let's open now from the University of Malta to Malta, because of course, energy is always a central topic of discussion. From your perspective, which are some of the most important challenges in making renewable energy really viable in Malta? Is it mainly a technological? Is it a cultural? Is it economic issue?
I think the biggest challenge is by far space. We're all targeting eventually 100% renewable energy or sustainable sources. In big countries, you can easily see that happening just by saying, okay, I need more wind farms, I need more solar farms, and you just have space for them. Here, mind you, we've done well. So when you read those things on the papers where they say, oh, Malta is last, things like that, in reality, we started from zero. Other countries, when they started counting, already were using renewable because they had hydroelectric. They had, well, they burn wood, which is, by the way, is considered sustainable if the wood is grown specifically and regenerated for fuel. So we do not have forests, we do not have water. So we're a very unusual case. However, as of recently, we have about 267 or 269 megawatt peak of solar panels. Just to put that in perspective. Right now, there's more electricity coming from the solar panels than the Delamara power station. So it's not insignificant. But remember, when we're saying energy, we're not just talking about electricity, we're talking about all energy, including fuel for cars. And that's why electricity is only 30-something% of that. Now, so our biggest problem is space. If we maximize all the roofs, all the places where we can install solar panels, wind turbines on land so far have been found, my colleagues, Robert and Tonio had done studies in the past, so far were found to be not practical on land. Offshore, they're going to happen, or at least there's a plan for them to happen. There's a plan to install 300 megawatts of offshore, floating offshore wind turbines. Over and above that, we're working on offshore solar. But still, to go from 15, 16, 17% where we are, to go to 100, we have to do 5, 6 times more than what we've done. And the problem is space. So I believe, yes, we should maximize every possibility we have. Then, of course, we have the interconnectors. We have 2 of them now, soon. We'll have a 3rd one, not in the not too distant future, so we can buy or install renewable energy elsewhere if we need to. But there's one important point, which kind of ties to what Mark and Paul were saying. Saving energy, behavior, because sometimes it's easier to conserve energy than it is to produce renewable energy. And we're not very good at that, neither at university nor as a country. So we've made advances when it comes to installing renewable energy. There's excellent grants. When it comes to conserving energy, we're still way behind. For example, we have a building certification system, but nothing is done with it. So you can get an F for your building, and that's it. Saving energy would go a long way to reducing our rent. And the last thing I would like to plug in, you mentioned technology. Well, we had a whole sessions on AI and other things. That's going to go a long way to increase the energy consumption.
Yes.
And unfortunately, while we were reducing energy consumption year after year, now with AI, etc., energy consumption worldwide is starting to climb. One data center can consume as much as a large Maltese town. One data center, like as much as Birkirkara. Yeah. So imagine all the hundreds and thousands of data centers. So before you make that video, that funny video with AI, think twice. Because one search in AI, useless search, if it's useful, do it. But one useless search in AI might consume 100 times the resources of what used to be a normal Google search.
Yeah, so it's clearly a question of scale too, right? Now, a lot of the targets for sustainability and aims are, as we've already said, beyond the national level, right? They are at the planetary level, they are at the global level, and part of the strategy is determined by international laws and regulations and policies. I wonder if you could perhaps focus a little bit on the significance of this for a country like Malta and how it responds to these challenges, considering its size in relation to laws or policies that are meant to apply at a global level.
Very good. But first of all, may I? Because we're discussing sustainability, and we have a very cold and an open door. So we are not conserving energy at all. So please, let's close the door and maybe have the AC set at 23 degrees, because that is the sustainable temperature supposed.
Yes.
So sorry about that.
Thanks. And
right. To get back to the global aspect and Malta's part of the global aspect. Yes. First of all, at the global level, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which are 17. And the Sustainable Development Goals are split into socio-economic, cultural, and also environmental. And they do range on issues like zero poverty, zero hunger, eradication of poverty and zero hunger, but also life underwater, climate change, etc. And this has been a great journey, starting way back in the late 80s to the beginning of the 90s, where you had the conference in Brazil, which really brought sustainable development to the fore. With what was called then Agenda 21, which was like this blue plan, how to become sustainable. And the reason was that you cannot stall development, but development has to be sustainable, because otherwise we are eating out of the planet and we are not regenerating it. And this was the sort of carrying capacity of the planet. Obviously, this has been already discussed, it was easier said than done, but at least that conference, which was at the time, it was the largest conference attended by heads of government at the time. The only exception had been George Bush Sr., the only one who didn't attend, which sort of really became, the US was in isolation. But in reality, all the heads of government then had given their consent to acknowledge that sustainable development is the way forward, okay, in international politics. And it's very hard to have some kind of consensus at that level. From then on, it was then by trial and error. The development of indicators, they're called, and trying to identify what is sustainable and what is not sustainable. In reality, we do not have a legally binding instrument on sustainable development at the international level. And there's a reason for that, rather than it's something that is, I don't know, it's a mistake, because sustainable development is so particular to every situation. So it is more an aim, a set of indicators that help us to understand what is sustainable, what is the carrying capacity of, I don't know, a social initiative, and so on and so forth, until in the millennium, first we had the Millennium Development Goals, and then in 2015, the Sustainable Development Goals. By 2030, have to be achieved. Unfortunately, we're still quite some way off. And every year, each country reports on how it is faring. Malta is not doing badly in it, but obviously there's room for improvement. Now, in all of this, where do we feature? I do agree with everything that my colleagues have said. I agree in particular about behavioral choices. I mean, Maria here is the expert on behavioral economics. It is our role to be sustainable. And very often we say, well, the government is not doing this, countries are not doing that. But in reality, it's what we consume and how do we behave. And until we understand that, sustainability can never be achieved. With respect to Malta, where do we stand? I think there are a number of challenges apart from our overpopulation, our mismanagement of natural resources, in particular land, I would say. There are also challenges because of our reality, our socioeconomic realities, but also our economies of scale. For example, one of the most difficult issues and challenging issues, even for government, is the fact that we're importers of technology. And so, where are we going? Are we going for solar energy? Are we going for electrification of vehicles? Are we going for hydrogen? And in order to plan, because you need to have a distribution system, you need to identify where you're going to go. And if you don't really know which is the best system for Malta, then you may take decisions which haunt you later on. So the role of the academia here is very important, that we have the research which supports governmental decisions.
Thank you. So we're turning the focus on ourselves, right, on responsibility as individuals, as a country, but also as an institution. Professor Solers, one term which has appeared now a number of times in documentation published by the University of Malta in terms of strategy is institutional sustainability. What exactly do we mean by that?
Okay. Together with the word institutional sustainability, another word which is cropping up quite frequently is the issue of resilience, a resilient institution. So with institutional sustainability, it is the capacity to renew ourselves, to regenerate, to improve, to change. But at the same time, we need to do it within a particular framework and within a particular frame of mind. So although, for example, financial sustainability is definitely one of the things which comes to mind straight away. None of the grandiose ideas which we might have, to thrive on air. We need to make sure that there are the finances to support that resource. But then we need to consider definitely intellectual sustainability. How are we going to change, develop, manage our curricula to make sure that we are empowering the students, helping them to become critical thinkers, helping them to develop green skills. This morning, I was very pleased to hear, for example, in a number of the presentations, but Charles Youssef's presentation comes to mind, the idea of interdisciplinarity. We also know that through the research clusters, and I was doing this exercise recently, out of the 9 research clusters which have been approved so far, clearly 6 of them are addressing, it's not just the interdisciplinarity, but they are addressing different elements of sustainability. So when we talk about the institutional ability or institutional sustainability, we need to bring into play this intellectual sustainability, the human dimension. We haven't mentioned it yet, but at the same time that we are promoting certain skills, knowledge, research transfer, we also need to think about the human capacity, the people. Administrative staff, academic staff, how do the students, how do they all come together to live in this symbiotic area or space, which we call an institution, which after all is a microcosm of what is happening elsewhere.
Thank you. I was going to ask this question later to Professor Virgulo, but I'll ask it now because it brings in the human element, right? In the context of universities driven by statistics, we heard a lot of statistics. The achievement is often defined in terms of measurable, quantifiable results, right? So you're always under pressure, whether self-pressure or institutional pressure to produce more, to do more, to go to more conferences, to publish more papers, et cetera, et cetera. In that context, what about the sustainability of this life, right? Issues like burnout, for example, or mental health, well-being. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, statistics are agnostic in a way. It depends what you measure, right?
Yeah.
So this morning I was at a conference of the Richmond Foundation where I was presenting data on well-being, which we have collected over 7 years, 10,000 observations a year. So that's like the epitome of statistics, all the trends, the inequalities, the disaggregations. And why are we collecting this data? Why do we have a well-being index? Because we believe in the cliché, and there's a reason why it's a cliché, that what's measured can be managed. And in the absence of data on well-being, our focus continues to be on GDP, on productivity. Not that these are unimportant metrics, but they are incomplete. So 7 years ago, we set about the composition of this well-being index with data populated by the NSO. Now, that brings us to university. Having data on how people are faring, and by people, I mean students, staff, and including researchers who are often sort of an afterthought, but they are a very important pillar of our university. We need to understand how they're faring and quantify that in ways that are acceptable and robust and comparable in order to be able to do well by this metric too. For example, you mentioned burnout, that can be measured. Satisfaction at the place of work, that can be measured. University staff and students and people in general are anything like the Maltese population, then it's very likely that we have very high relationship satisfaction. We do really well on that front, and very poor time use satisfaction. In fact, our data tells us that the more educated you are, the poorer is your time satisfaction. Among the cohorts of the Maltese population with the best time use satisfaction are the unemployed and those with only primary schooling. So that's something to keep in mind. So no, I think that statistics is a good thing to have, but we need to broaden the range so that we can manage well-being as well.
Thank you. So, Professor Mifsud, so how do we do this? I mean, do you have any thoughts on how to bring balance, responsibility in this kind of cultural context, right? You're interested in sustainability also as a cultural phenomenon. How do we actually do this in practice? Are there any ideas maybe that could work?
Yes. Obviously, as Marie mentioned, metrics are important. And I think as academics, we're all about citations and the H indexes and whatever. But as Marie said, it doesn't tell you the full story. And this is the same with university. We have, green university indices and metrics. What the university does is more than that. And we need to engage with our audience. We advocate what is called the whole institution approach, which basically means how to go about sustainability at university. We go about sustainability, first of all, in the way we teach. Are we just putting knowledge inside our students' minds and then expecting them just to vomit stuff back at us? Or are we allowing critical inquiry, critical thinking, a different opinion? That's one thing, because it's very important to be critical in the way we assess sustainability issues. Another thing is the infrastructure. So people mentioned here, solar energy and, what are we doing regarding infrastructure? What are we doing regarding procurement? And it's not just that we buy, eco stuff, because you also need to see the people in there. Are people being exploited so that we get what we are getting at university? Are they getting their due? Or it's not just about the environment, because most of the time we focus a lot on the environment, and it's not just that. Then it's also about the curricula. What is there inside? Is it just enough to do a green unit and, put this in here and there? For example, we just did some research with Periti and, coming out of university. And although, for example, they are very enthusiastic about sustainability, et cetera, then the framework that they find outside, the developers that they find outside are hell-bent about making money. That's number one. So they have this enthusiasm, but then it's quickly, as we say in Maltese. So there's a lot to do. University has to take this approach in which it takes, and there's also outreach, obviously. We are doing, through Profs Solars, we also did, for example, sustainability workshops for staff at university, all types of staff. And obviously, it's a way of trying to make them understand what is their sustainability footprint. We also designed, together with Prof. Montebello of the AI, and a tool, for better or for worse, to measure, to give an idea to that particular individual where he or she is standing regarding sustainability. Regarding to food, to transport, to clothes, to activism. If something else that perhaps we should empower more at universities, that we should stand up for something. Our students and staff, do they have this possibility? Are they being encouraged? Are they being engaged to be able to stand up and advocate for something, or they are just recipients that fill themselves up with knowledge and then, you know, find it very difficult to go out in the planet and do good, because basically that's what it means.
I'm currently reading some of the questions on Slido. Keep them coming. I'll turn to them in just a second. There will be some difficult questions. I don't know if we're going to be able to answer them, but I'll pose them. So keep them coming. Got a couple of final questions with short answers. So we can we'll start with Professor Borg and then Professor Molestano. I'll ask you the same question, but maybe you could give me your own answer for the same question. So let's look forward, right? What scares you and what gives you hope in terms of sustainability from your own position in relation to the topic for the next 10 years?
I think the thing that scares me most at the moment is, I mean, Paul mentioned a lot of technology, which can give a solution. But let us remember that technology is pushed a lot by industry, and behind industry, there's a lot of profit, and there is a lot of maneuvering and gerrymandering, even within the EU, of large companies, these multinational companies pushing their own technology at the expense of others. So what we get as a nice idea or a new directive which imposes certain regulations can be also be forced upon us, because there are multinational companies that really want to push their technology forward. They're in a position to do so. So we have to be very careful as a nation to be able to stand up to that. And this is, I think, something which is very important, protecting the most vulnerable and accessibility of sustainability to all, not to the rich people, you know, like you buy clothing which is environmentally friendly or recycled, I don't know, but they are the brands that cost the most. No, we really need to make sure that everybody has access to sustainable products. And this is very, very important. I think that's the thing that scares me most. The thing that gives me the most hope is young people, especially recently, this group of students, law students from Vanuatu, this little tiny island in the Pacific, that had the guts to stand up and convince their government to ask the International Court of Justice to give an advisory opinion on what are the obligations of states with respect to climate change. And we got this advisory opinion from this largest and highest level of international legal intellect, if you can call it that way, where these judges said definitely that states have this obligation to ensure that the planet is not threatened by climate change, in fairness for future generations. And I think even our students here drive us to continue to do our research. So I think that is my biggest hope.
Thank you, Professor Molestano.
Same question?
Yes, so what scares you and hope?
What scares me is that damage, some damage has already been done, and damage continues to be done. So climate change is happening, temperatures are rising, heat waves will increase, floods, and we really don't know how much. Will it stop in 10 years, in 20, and maybe start plateauing or reversing? We really don't know. Will the ice caps melt and the water, will it rise half a meter or 5 meters or 6 or 10? So in reality, that's kind of the biggest scary part. It's not going to happen in 10 years, though in 10 years we might see a significant impact. The other thing is technology. In the sense, technology is a double-edged sword, that you have technology for good, better technology for renewables, better technology for energy efficiency, monitoring, analysis. But then again, if I put the part kind of that bridge to Marie and Mark, etc., there's also the replacement of human beings, which is also a sustainability issue. What will these people do? So we're moving at such a fast pace that I don't think anybody can predict where we're going. What gives me hope? What gives me hope is that in spite of everything, we are on the right track. So we're on the right track because especially young people are a lot more environmentally conscious and sustainability conscious than previous generations. But we're also on the right track because technology now has picked up steam. For example, renewable energy today, many places it's cheaper to build a solar farm than a gas power station. So even in America, where there's Trump, Texas, the most Republican of states, they're building more wind farms and more solar farms because they're economically viable. So that gives me hope. So I think eventually the situation will reverse, but I think there's going to be a lot of pain between here and there.
Thank you. So now I'm going to be asking some questions that are coming in from Slido. In the meantime, we've got a roaming mic, and so if perhaps anyone could take care of it. So if you have questions, you can ask them too. I'm going to ask these questions not to anyone in particular, because it wouldn't be fair to do so, but whoever like to take them, please go ahead. And I would suggest that for these questions, even members of the audience who might want to address these particular questions can have a go themselves. I've got 2 or 3 questions, popular ones, because they've been upvoted, that address in particular the University of Malta's financial situation. And basically what they say is that in the context of not an easy financial situation, there might be pressure, for example, on research, on funding, right? And how does therefore the quality of research continue in the context of an institution which is under pressure? For example, one of the questions points out that funding then becomes increasingly dependent on commercialization, right? You've got to prove that what you're doing can in some way have a financial impact of some kind, right? Or impact of some kind. I don't know whether anyone would like to take up this question. How can we be creative? How do we look at this problem? What are perhaps further implications of this? Mani, thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, got it. So I'm quite unequivocal in the sense that I believe in funding public goods. Okay, so there's a reason for government to exist, and one of those reasons is to put the brakes on some activities which are undesirable and to fuel activities which are desirable but offered to a lesser extent by the private sector. So if we're going to go in the direction of things which are viable and commercializable and so forth, we might as well leave the private sector to do that, because the private sector will do that well enough. Thank you very much. So this is why financing the university through public sector funds is justifiable and necessary. That is the reason why governments collect taxes, in order to finance that which the free market will not. So I'm not even going to brainstorm how we can get money other ways. There are plenty of other ways to get money. But first of all, I'd like us to stop and think that we ought not to be thinking about that primarily, but to continue to justify public expenditure on a public good.
I think, if it's about this particular point first, yes.
Thank you. The problem is that the question went on to ask how can we fund basic research, because we have the debt of academic freedom in this way. But right now, as the university is, to do a research project, you must get funding from Scienza Malta and all the other availables. So unless they provide that funding, we do not have it. I agree with you, but the government at the moment does not give grants for doing a basic research unless you have, and even in the funding application, you have commercializability.
Yes, and I don't agree with that. So, however, fortunately, besides our government, we also have supranational governments, such as the European Union, which then does finance research, which is also established by an agenda. Because just as the market fails, so does government fail. So we're caught somewhere in between 2 sets of failures. So our role then becomes as academics to engage with the programming process of funds, which admittedly is extremely boring and tedious and farsighted. But that is where the agenda for where research funds get allocated is set. The same is also true locally. So nationally, when huge funds are being determined and there's a consultation process of where to allocate regional funds and social funds and so forth, a process which is extremely tedious, but that is the point at which you say, yes, we need more funds for research and so forth. Down the line, probably you won't even be a researcher anymore. At that point, that programming will materialize into actual funds. But unfortunately, I mean, systemically, the market fails to offer funds for basic research, and so do governments, because governments and markets are made up from the same lowest common factor, which is fallible humans.
Not only, but the government has less of a strength in justifying research for research itself than it would be for research to provide a cure. So it's not easy.
Yes, on this issue, I think Malta does very little on research. We only invest 0.6% of our GDP. So if we don't change our mindset at governmental level and political level, we are not going to get there. The average in the EU is 3%. So if we want to invest in research, in innovation, in new things, if we want to keep our youngsters in Malta, and not all of them saying, ġib low levels u itlaq, ġib id-degree u itlaq, then we have to invest. So we either are going to go that way or not. We are proposing, we as Momentum are proposing a ministry, specific ministry for science and research, because Malta needs that. Mux għadu nitkellmu fuq innovation. Then, second issue on sustainability. I think we are going at it the very wrong way, because we speak of sustainability as if it were a generic thing. I believe a lot in relativity. Sustainability for Sicilia, mux qed ngħid l-Amerika, Sicilia is very different for sustainability in Malta, which is 88 times smaller. So we cannot compare Malta with Texas or Malta with Sicilia. So just two practical things. Tuna farming. Is tuna farming sustainable in Malta? One, maybe? One. Stop. Have the courage to say it. Stop. Mux flows base. Flows. And then we can't swim, and then we have slime, and then the tourists get annoyed, and then we are all frustrated, and then we are banging the head against the wall, and then we are għaxanta mental xajdu l-għawta wara l-Covid, kulħad bil-mental health, mental health. Mux ovvja, if you can't swim, we have no forests, we have no lakes, we have no, nothing. So have you got the courage to say, stop, tuna farms, Ndiġu nitmelħu minn $500 million l-imbijaw l-Ġappun. We are better off just selling off 50,000 and that. Building. Sambilli on nitkellmu sustainability, all these nice words, u kull politiku għal-lajbirek, għasef iġi tisser. How can you continue building 30 stories, 32, 35? The government's changing the laws. Delinquenti, il-planning authority mmexxija minn delinquent kriminali li huwa Johan Buttigieg. Mażul apposta biex jizom, biex jifavorixxi apposta dana bil-provi. Allora, għalfejn għodu namlu da debates. U riċerki. Just be yourself and say things as they are and have the courage to do it.
Thanks. There seems to be a trend for these panels to get heated towards the end. Those of you who were here last year. Okay, so thank you, Professor Cassola. I do have other questions. One of them is about PhD students. I believe that Dr. Hancock's plenary this morning did address that, right? The precarity of PhD students. But there are a couple of questions which I think can be answered. But on a day-to-day level, what is the university actually doing? So someone, for example, mentioned the banning of single-use plastics, and plastic bottles on campus, coffee caps, machines that use pods. We had them today. So in practice, on a day-to-day level, do we have any ideas of what can be done? Or are these just minor tokenistic things and we need to think bigger than that? How can we, yes, Professor Zan.
Well, first, I'd like to tag on to something that Professor Cassola said. What I said in terms of the world and energy increase and all that, that equally applies to Malta, and in fact, even more. because with population growth, you have more stress on the system. And the stress on the system means, why did Malta, it was the only country, I believe, that increased its greenhouse gas emissions? Not because we're not reducing, but because our population is growing. So carrying capacity, choice of industries, I agree 100%. And especially in the local context. Now, when it comes to university, a lot of these things, I see them as window dressing. We don't use plastic straws. Oh, now I feel so green. I'm not using plastic straws. And then the other straws melt in your mouth and you're not able to drink your drink. But that's not the point. The point is everyday choices. I think Mark said it, right? Everyday choices. Do I drive or do I park far away and walk? Do I take a bus? Do I make an unnecessary trip? Do I buy clothes that are designer labels and change them every year? Do I, even things like what I eat? For example, simple things. Do I buy beef coming from Argentina or beef coming from Europe? It makes a difference. So in reality, I think a lot of what we do is more window dressing. I mean, you just pointed out a good one. Like, I think we had a memo at some point, do not leave the rooms too cold, do not use space heaters, and yet we keep doing it.
Yes.
It may be window dressing, but I don't know if this is working. But what you said earlier about one of the biggest problems which you see is space. Maybe because it's about my background. One of the biggest problems I see is actually education and educating everybody. And when we mean everybody, it's not just people who are still in compulsory education. It's not just students who choose to come to university, but even it is civil society at all levels. I'll just take this example which was mentioned or which was asked, what are we doing, let's say, about organic waste? What are we doing about the type of food which we consume? What about the food which we procure or students get, by visiting the canteen or other eateries which are on campus? I can tell you that even setting a meeting with operators of the canteen is an uphill struggle to try to convince them whether to bring certain products or avoid having certain foods, because it's a matter of, yes, these are good ideas, but there is always a but at the end of it. So I remember a meeting in my office early on, Mari was there, and we had mentioned the idea of the ground, remains of the coffee, which can be used for composting. Yes, it was a good idea, but who's going to buy the bags where we're going to put this ground? Who is going to transport and who's going to pay for it? So we mentioned another idea about fruit of the week. Yes, good idea, but what if it doesn't start, selling or nobody wants it? So we're buying fruit, but then it's not being used. So it's at a loss for the canteen. And it's always this vicious cycle. We've had a numerous number of video recordings being sent because you get separation bins. You spoke about bottle caps and, with the cans and the bottle caps with the BSCRS system, I'm sure you've seen it at university now. We're getting regularly people coming, scrounging through the bins and removing the plastic. We have seen people, I have seen them from my office, jumping inside the big bins to take whatever they can from there. But then we also have seen, let's say, the cleaners transporting from place A to place B, simply swiping everything into a black bag and dumping everything together. So the idea of training, educating, reminding people has to constantly be happening at all different levels.
Sustainability is about limits and restraint, and we have limits of time. And I have promised with eye contact to two members of the audience that they can ask a question or comment. We've got 4 minutes. So it can be a comment. It doesn't have to be a question. There doesn't have to be a response. I have one here and one there, and then we'll conclude.
Yes, my comment is about infrastructure, because it's useless talking about sustainability if the infrastructure is not there. So people are told to leave their cars. If we have buses, which first of all consume a lot of are very polluting. And secondly, I mean, I live in Slima, and obviously there are many tourists. If you try to get a bus to go to Valletta, forget the you know, the, what do you call it, the boat. But if you try to get a bus, you have 8 passing in front of you in Slima in summer, and you cannot get onto them. One. So that is just, we're talking about solar panels. With the fact that there are, what do you call it, there are penthouses. If there are penthouses in your building, you cannot have solar panels because there is no legislation for it. So obviously the people who will have solar panels will be the people in the penthouses, but nobody else. So there is no proper legislation and no proper infrastructure for this. So if we want to talk about sustainability, first of all, we have to see also what infrastructure the government is ready to put out and to finance. Then we can talk about it properly, because for me, I mean, all right, every little counts, but the big things, you cannot ask people to do things, to make sacrifices to do things if they're going to get onto a bus where they're going to be squashed. They're going to take years to get onto one where they cannot have solar panels even if they want them, where, and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, these were just 2 silly examples among tons.
Thank you very much. We have one other question there, or final question or comment.
Yes. So we are here today to celebrate the research from this university. And I want to end with something positive. There's a huge amount of potential in all our work put together. And this can help those sustainable development goals big time. If we do that leap, if we do that jump, that we have to translate this, that it is doing something in society. Now, we have the ideas. I work in the science and healthcare field, new tests, new drugs, new solutions for some of the world's biggest problems. How do we need this help now, support, that we can bring this where it can serve the people, not just of Malta, but worldwide. And we have a lot to celebrate. And I think we have to take this with the positive sense of this is an opportunity. Yes, otherwise we stay sick. The world is sinking, the world is this. What can we do about it? And we have a lot to give. If you need ideas, I will give you.
Thank you very much. If I had to pay someone for the final comments, I would have paid you for that. Thanks, because you finished on the right tone. Thank you, everyone, for attending this, and please join me in thanking the panelists for their contribution.
Chairing this session. So thank you very much. And of course, all the panel speakers. Right. So now is the time for the poster session, which will be in the theater downstairs, ground floor. I would like to remind all the poster presenters to be next to their poster so as to answer any questions and maybe discussions with the people who are going around and so on. The poster session ends at 4:05 when we start the second round of parallel sessions, this time from the Expo presenters, so not doctoral students. And that will be effectively the last session for this Expo up to 17:25, following which we just come here for a very quick concluding remarks and finish off the Expo. Okay, so poster downstairs, that's 1 hour. After that, the parallel sessions. Thank you.